Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Johnny, delighted to be here. Hope you're having amazing weeks. Today we'll be building up on the app we've been working with the past few streams, the past few weeks, and focusing on forms, super forms, and dates specifically. We've made a lot of use of the very popular Svelte library Superforms, which superifies your forms, and we'll be using shadcn as well because it's a super popular library that has a community supported Svelte version that is also getting a lot of steam and a lot of traction. And one of the things that people really use with this library is calendar components. Destination as well. I use it for calendars and destination and many other things in this app. We're using it for everything like the buttons and all of these things. But today we'll be doing calendar inputs because working with dates in JavaScript can be quite tricky, and we'll demystify it today. So the most popular date picker that people may be most familiar with is the Airbnb one. Whether you like the design or not, you've probably seen it. There's many libraries built on porting it in other languages. This one is a React one, the one they actually use themselves on the website, but not the app. I'm not sure if that's React Native. Anyway, that's by the by. We'll be upgrading our date picker in the end to use the shadcn one, which I think does look cooler and can have similar functionality for like a date picker range version as well. So quite a lot of things here that we'll be working with. But we'll be starting with a vanilla HTML input because we always start from the beginning here. It's cool to build up your knowledge. So, you know, the Airbnb calendar style has taken over the world. shadcn is super popular. But when you're learning library specifics, then you may be a bit stuck when you're working in a different language, when something becomes stale, out of date. But when you're learning HTML fundamentals, it's gonna help you in the future for sure. Even when they change, they become outdated and they advance the APIs, knowing the HTML fundamentals where we've come from never goes wrong. So I'm actually quite a fan of vanilla HTML inputs in general. Use them for everything like steppers, numbers, date of birth, that sort of thing. The UI is dependent on your browser and the operating system you're on, but I think it's fine. I think it's one of those things like client-side validation where the designers really feel good when they design like their custom specific validation. Like on the error state, you have this red thing and you have the text and all of that. But I do think the browsers have a very nice native experience at this point, and it's localized for free as well. So there you have it. In any case, that won't stop designers from wanting to fulfill their own spec, and what they'll often be using will be something that is tailwind based, like shadcn. So let's learn how this works, and we'll keep on building. This is a real app. Everything is linked in the description as well. Shout out to Savitri, that's me, Alejandra, and Mike, who actually used it, signed up, and started to upload some activities. The idea of this app is to take stock of the pop culture consumption. So Eurovision, I got that one too. Actually, I should have made that my activity for Saturday night as well. And we may be adding like voting functionality, quick ratings functionality in this app. I don't know, let me know how you find this app more useful, something you'd like to use, or give it a go. It's free. And as always, we're going to do the sign in flow live, just to prove that we're not hacks and it's going to work perfectly because we're actually awesome. Indeed. Keeps going. So even those little forms, the sign in forms, are using Superforms as well. So I'll transition to this matter now that I've rambled on, now that I've done my opening ramblings. Let me know in the chat what you'd like to see, what you're working on, all of those things. But I will recap that we're using Superforms for many things. After about 2 years of doing live streams and videos covering how to do things with vanilla SvelteKit. Once again, when you learn how the fundamentals work, then you can extend and use something else that is a bit of a shortcut. What we've been doing is make our own state machine every time, where we keep track whether the form is submitting or not, whether there's been an error, and it's great to know how to do it that way. But when you find yourself writing the same thing again and again, I'm fine, but then people come asking, why did you do it like that, Johnny? Why are you doing it like this? Could you add this functionality? Could you add that? That's also fine. You can always come asking, but it's always easiest when there is actually a library that does a lot of the boilerplate for you and has a very well documented site that has various examples, has the GitHub repo. That's actually quite popular. If you have an issue, you can go there, open the issue, you can start to add the functionality, versus some guy named Johnny on the internet just said to use this little state machine. And the moment your form needs something like a loading spinner, I think that's the point where you want to go beyond the vanilla SvelteKit way without using hands and writing too much code. The moment you want something like this, then I would suggest bringing in this library, which is very often. Client-side validation, as I said, that's something I always push back on. I always prefer having the HTML element properties define whether something's a valid input or not. But as also mentioned, the designers will often say, well, I've been trained to to give you a design on error state, so it must look like this and make it work like that. Anyway, if that's what you want, then Superforms also helps that quite a lot. It makes working with validation libraries like Zod very, very more pleasurable, much more pleasurable, because it's not pleasurable at all. It's great to use Zod to have the confidence that something is either passing validation or not, but extracting those errors out of the Zod object and showing like a little message, it may seem simple when it's done, but it's actually quite a lot of code that Superforms is taking care of for us. And we have the most unconventional looking form in the world. Have a play to let me know if I'm correct or not. But it is hooked up with Superforms to do things like giving valid error texts when that is needed, to the loading spinner something is submitted. And what we'll be adding today, I was trying to think, are we using proxy objects already? Maybe we're using proxy objects for like this kind of functionality and the dropdowns. But what we'll be adding today is a calendar picker. So as it stands, you submit your activity and the time is now, and you can never change it. You can only say, I've watched Eurovision, and it's gonna think that you watched it now. Maybe you watched it on the playback, but maybe that's not the case. Maybe you did watch it on Friday, like everyone in the Balkans, like myself. So I'm currently in Barcelona, but my Balkan upbringing definitely plays a part into how seriously I take Eurovision, which is not seriously at all. Anyway, we'll be adding the calendar picker here, and that's a big thing, because every HTML input, every vanilla HTML input actually expects a text string. That's HTML by design. You cannot give it a number, you cannot give it a date object. We have a few first-class JavaScript things that don't translate to HTML. HTML inputs, they want strings. And there are some inputs like the vanilla calendar one that takes a datetime value. Not an ISO datetime value, but you know, something close. But even this one, this is a string. You cannot pass it the date object. You should always pass it a string. And Superforms actually has the functionality and some helper methods to help you get from what you think is a date and what you have stored on your database as a date, for example, to a text value that you can use on your inputs. So that's the thing we'll start from when trying to add a calendar picker to our edit form. But the actual first thing we'll be starting with is a way to edit the whole activity. You can see this as a tweet as well. Because now you submit the activity, you cannot change anything. We do have this world's most unconventional form, though, and we'll be trying to reuse it, so we'll also see how that works. How you can take a create new entry form for the create in CRUD and how we can reuse it, make it reusable into an update form for the update part of CRUD. Right, a lot of rambling, but we got there. Maybe a little rambling. Let me know. Did I ramble a lot? Did I not ramble enough? That's never the case. So also, let me know how well you can see my screen, how well you can read my editor, and all of those things. I'm trying something new again, which is zoom in the individual windows and the editor instead of having my whole display be rescaled, because people were seeing this and it does look kinda decent looking in, but they were a bit confused. And most of all, I get more code real estate here while I still think it's readable. Anyway, you can see the previous streams as well to see if it looks any better or any worse. Let me know. Always keen on feedback. So last talked about Airbnb, we talked about that one. DatePicker will get there eventually. And this one I'll keep open. Proxy objects is what we'll be doing. All of this code and more you can find in the private GitHub organization called JOHNNIFY, which you get access to by subscribing to JOHNNIFY Premium. It also shows that you like this sort of content and allows me to do even more. So keep that in mind. I've tried to add quite a lot of value in there. So it's not really about how much the subscription is. It's just a matter of validating whether people like this sort of thing or not. All right, so done. And I am trying to do the timestamps first based on your feedback, as always, because you like having the timestamps quickly after the live stream has gone live, just to skip over the rambling parts, am I right? So let's do it. We put this form right in the home route. I don't know if we do voting functionality at some point, maybe we'll put it somewhere else, but we have this create activity form, no proxy objects in this stage, because it's all inputs, it's all strings anyway. So we're not worrying about that. But we want to have like a little arrow, like an edit icon, like a pencil icon, something like that. It's the universal symbol for editing, where if I've submitted something, let's say Baldur's Gate again, no spoilers. So this appears and I want a pencil icon. So if it's actually one of my activities, I want to be able to click a button and go into the edit route in there. So maybe that's the first thing that we should be adding, that if it's one of my own, then I should be able to click something and go to the edit route. Let's do that one first. So we do have the activity feed item. And we have the profile here. And my question is, at which level do we tell this activity card whether this is editable or not? Maybe it just takes an editable property, I guess. So besides the activity, we've typed the activity right here. It looks like this. Maybe I guess we do have the user ID here. So if we were actually getting the user ID, then we'd be able to check whether the logged in user is the person who has access rights to go to the edit route. Let's do it in the chat. Nice to see you today again. Thank you for your support. So I'm thinking maybe the props for this thing is an activity, but also an editable boolean to start with. And then if it is editable, then maybe on the bottom right we have a button, which would be a link really to go to the activity ID. Exactly. GitHub Copilot, you got it. But we're not returning the activity ID here either, so that one will need to refactor for sure. But that also means that the get latest implementation with Supabase should also be returning this. So let's see what we got here. We're using Supabase for this. I didn't think Superforms will play a part in today's stream. I guess we'll be updating things, so it would have to be. We have the select here, which is the Superforms JS client, like ORM way to produce the SQL needed to get records from our database. We're specifying here that we also want the ID column. Most people wouldn't be specifying this, they would just bring everything because it's like kind of premature optimization, but it's also a good habit to only bring in the data that you need, especially if you're sending to the client. So I'll say good job me. Let's double check if I don't ask for this. Is this so it knows that data doesn't have ID, and yet it doesn't complain when I cast it as activity array. Interesting. Interesting. But also, by the by, so we have the activity now, and then yeah, I guess it makes sense for the route to be /activity. And this class I don't particularly care about. View, it says. So we won't edit with a pencil icon, and let's forget this craziness. And I think we have like link buttons. I think with shadcn you can just give hrefs to buttons, and they will just transform themselves into anchors instead of really being buttons. All right. And the variant that we want is, linked says. We also have like outline. Yeah, let's say link, why not? So that guy, maybe flex, maybe item center, like everything. Maybe items end, start. Let's say center. Center looks fine. And space between. Justify between is justify space between. That doesn't look bad. And I guess if we just add an icon, then this would be better. So let's see for login UI form what we have. We have many buttons, including this one. But I have them be absolute to the left. I was looking for how big the button is going to be. Anyway, let's bring in the full button, which we do have. Did I actually bring it? Yeah. And say we want it to be this big. Yeah, not bad. Maybe this big. And we actually want this to be a pencil, don't we? So here we go again to our favorite JOHNNIFY. Let's see, for edit, what do they have? can only imagine the pencil. This one, nice one. Anything else? Like pencil icon, be the same. Do you remember the drill? Drill is, we go to our lib components icons, we copy and paste any one that we want, like this one. And we change it to pencil or edit or whatever you want. And then we open our SVG OMG helper. We copy to clipboard, we paste in here, which kind of optimizes the SVG a little bit. Sometimes it's a lot, sometimes it's a little. And then we just paste in here, we remove the SVG part, and we're good to go. Nailed it. And why is this in a group? Not sure. Fill none, sure. Yes, if it's on this level, I imagine it kinda overrides what you can pass here. It doesn't matter since we're doing current color. Anyway, I'm seeing all of this because now I'll use the pencil here and it's gonna look amazing. Or not bad. Extra white space, but it looks better. Right, so we only want this to appear if editable. And it actually added the correct thing, but we need the structure editable. Which they aren't. And how do we define this? Let's see. It should be editable or is editable. In some companies, there is a standard practice to say that if it's going to be a Boolean, preface this with like is. And then you're like, what if it's like plural? Do you do like are? It's like, no, it has to be is. So it looks like silly, a bit silly. But now it's also TypeScript, so you kind of know. You hover over it and it's like Boolean. Anyway, something needs to tell this thing whether something is editable. So maybe this is the thing that decides. Could be the server as well, who decides whether you have access rights, but probably not. It could also be this, like if something's going to be clever, then why not the activity card? Maybe it doesn't even need to be told whether it's editable or not. Maybe you derive this. Design on the fly. I did think would be in the calendar part by now, but hey, I like figuring things out live. So interesting, if that exists, then that becomes a bit bigger because of the icon, I guess. Should I make the icon smaller? No, it's not the icon. Is it? What is it? Ah, of course, it's because this is like this silly button that they have. This silly button that they have. The button has like a bit of extra spacing. You wouldn't notice it. Like this becomes a bit bigger. But you wouldn't notice it if it wasn't just magically changing. It's my reasoning. And it makes it like a bigger top target. So kind of like it. Not sure. Anyway, what I'm trying to say here, I'm trying to say that the activity could have like profile ID, which would be the owner's ID, really, here. So we could ask for that one too. And go again into our implementation and not get the underline, which is unfortunate. But here we should be asking for the ID too. And then our activity feed item would be the clever thing that derives whether is editable is true or not by looking into the page store, which has data inside, which has the user inside. So if we have a user, if they're logged in, then we check their ID to see if it matches the profile ID that we get. If we save that, you can see this one that I created is in there. All the other ones that my tests are creating aren't. Hey, did I use the same thing? Oh. When you have something that works, you keep using it. How do the other ones get created? We do have both end-to-end and integration tests, and I have a few that test whether the forms work, which are using Fancier for like some more fun-looking mock data and not just have lorem ipsum everywhere. I think this is quite cool. It's the one that's gonna fail, the one that's like can't create a video game activity. It looks like it, but it created something. I think this is something that only happens with a dev server for some reason. Anyway, even now, because some of the tests pass, you see that some of them have been actually added. And I cannot edit them because I didn't create them. Let's try this again. It kind of works. The created one works. I think it's something to do with the dev server trying to make up the action handlers on the fly, because we're using named actions here, and I don't know how it finds that one. Anyway, by the by, we showed off the tests, the tests, and the automation that creates these. It's a little emoji in the end, because it's quite funny. But maybe I do want it this different section, because what we actually did here was UI for users' own activities to be editable. So that's what we actually did now. And the maybe point of contention is what is going to be the thing that is checking the user ID, since we've done our layout loaders be the thing that puts the user in the page data store, in the page store, then any component can actually do this check. So I'm fine doing it on this level. Some people would say, oh, it's the activity feed that does this check here and passes down and it is editable. Or the server is the one to tell you whether the user has access rights and gives you all the activities with that extra property built in. Or even your SQL could make this happen. You can check the auth ID and have a new column that's like, does the auth ID match the user ID? Anyway, many ways to do this, but you need to keep moving forward. We've made each individual item be the one telling you whether you can edit something or not. Now that I think about it, we do have like a mockup here. But I guess this one doesn't have like a user ID. So you cannot edit it. Great. So everything has gone as planned. And in this page, for free, in activity feed, all the ones that you have, your latest activities, you can actually click to edit them. But we move on to the point where you click to edit them, can't find it, this route doesn't exist. How do you make this happen? How do you make this work? The first question always is, what should the route be? Should it be activity /id? Should it be like activities? I don't know. What does thread do? Like, let me know either or, and I'll do it. The other question is, should it actually be the idea of the activity /edit, which I think that makes sense. I wouldn't have like extra functionality. You may want to have a render route that you can copy paste this link and get people to that link to just see the specific activity to highlight it. That's how Threads and Twitter do it, but this is a different social platform, so I'm not keen on doing it. Anyway, to open things up for the future, this protected edit route, I will keep it under its own namespace instead of doing something different. If it's you, like if you are the owner, we could be showing you the form and allow you to edit. It's better to have an explicit one, I think. So, same situation, you click edit, you go to a page that doesn't exist, and you're like, why? But why? Because we haven't created it yet, so let's do it. In SvelteKit, you create a new route by going into your source routes and reflecting the path that you want. We want activity or activities, again, big thing. Hello Kirill, nice to see you in the chat. I'm sure you'll have opinions on this. Should we do activity or activities? The big REST API question, singular or plural. Then we want to capture a dynamic ID parameter. So in SvelteKit, you do the magic brackets and then the name of the thing you want to be captured as. And then we said we want an edit route. And then to render anything in that route, we need a page.svelte. So immediately when we do this, this resolves to something, but we saw nothing. He says this is the thing that makes or breaks the app. Make sure to get this right, pick the correct one. And it's different for every app. So maybe in this app it's singular, but for your app it would be plural, but it would be the thing that defines whether your app is going to be popular or not. It's one of the tricky questions that we need to answer. Anyway, we've made it into this route. And at this point, we could take inspiration from a different page and just copy paste things in here. Maybe the edit profile page feels like we'll be doing a similar thing to this one. So let's copy that one. Kirill says, next time we should ship in prod and get some users in. Well, as it happens, from the first episode, we've shipped to prod, and there have been people already submitting. Like, mostly it's me, let's be honest. But we've had Savitri, Alejandra, and Mike submitting things at culture-stock.com. I truly believe get your things production as soon as possible. And see what happens. Like, maybe people will find it, maybe not. If they do, that's awesome. I think the cost or the concern usually is that people do find it and they don't like it, and then you've already like burned your chance to make a good impression, because first impressions do matter. But I think that's highly unlikely. Like, I'm sure there are TV shows that you've started watching like 5 minutes and then you're like, oh, not for me. Endor was one of those for me, where it takes 1.5 episodes to really start building up. And because I've been burned by Star Wars and I have Star Wars fatigue, you don't really get a lot of patience from me when you're a Star Wars series. But then, even the first person with me was like, you don't get the benefit of the doubt. Because everyone was like, oh, this is actually awesome. I did give it a chance and I really like it now. It's probably my favorite Star Wars series. And yeah, Kirill agrees. Andor is the best thing that's happened to Star Wars. And you know, the first impression was like, oh, it's too slow. Like they're just gonna show like the Endor moon and the Ewoks in the end, and it's gonna be just a silly show. It didn't faze me. Word of mouth got out, and I watched it, and it was amazing. I also listened to kind of the companion podcast, A More Civilized Age, which is also amazing analysis. Anyway, my point is, even if people try your app, which is unlikely, at its early stages and they are not impressed, if it's actually good and it starts picking up speed, they're gonna try it again. It's fine. And then they already have an account and everything's gonna work. So don't be afraid to ship in production. This is the advice from this point. And I'm not gonna be afraid to delete pages. I'm gonna copy the edit page from the profile that we've made and add it in the edit here. I think I've confused things too much. We won't be showing the profile form. So that's one of our problems here. All right, we're here. We can say edit activity for clarity. And then let's take care of, let's copy and paste the server loader as well. Let's see what happens there. It's gonna need a form schema, so I'm gonna build that later. It's loading the profile, which maybe we don't want. And we can have a custom redirect here because you will only be able to edit tweet when you're there. We also have a redirect hook as well, redirect logic in our hook. It's protected route. If it starts with me, then you're allowed in. But we also have this guard here. We could also say if it has /edit in the name, then you are also redirected out. That'd be cool. Anyway, let's see if we actually need this here. We'll see. No need for the profile. No need to give the form up. Just the metadata is all that I wanted. And I wouldn't have the activity ID here. This one has a default form action, which I am gonna keep, but I'm just gonna delete everything just to go step by step yet again afterwards. So now this is happier. Kirill is still on the putting a Papers tutorial portfolio website. Thank you very much for dropping by and saying hi. I always appreciate it. And then, so how is the UI for this gonna look like? That's the question. And yeah, I'm not gonna have the redirect for now. Let's make things simpler. All we did was add the stuff that appears here on the browser window. So here we keep saying edit activity, and then I don't think we'll learn the preview of the activity. What we really want is like the create activity form. Really, if you really think about it. But the create activity form does need the logged in user because we saw that logged in user's avatar. It needs the Superforms form data, and it needs the categories that any activity may be. So these ones are actually from a database, they're not hard-coded strings. So that's the information that it needs. And we can go to the main route to see how that gets passed in. We pass the Superforms thing, then the logged in user. Which actually gets streamed to the server. And the categories which are also getting streamed to the server. We do that because we, well, let's see if it's slower in real life. Not really, like we have a fast website. But in theory, we get the skeleton of the website first, and then we have skeleton UI for bringing in the feed and the form. We solve this as fast as possible to get the user hyped that there's gonna be something. I guess we could simulate slow speed, throttle to fast 3Z, which is kind of usable. Let's see what we get. Did it actually do it? Oh yeah, now we're hitting everything from the cast. So casting's cool, but decent. So you saw the skeleton UI. I'll do it once more again. Killing the gas. Not too bad. Yeah, let's remember to not throttle this. Cool. So this is how these items get given in the main route, in the create activity form. And we are getting the user here. Indeed, we only saw this form anyway if the user is logged in. So if not, they never see this form. So we get this extra profile information for this logged in person. So now that we've seen this information, I'm gonna bring the user back just for sanity's sake. I'm gonna get the profiles repo and do the same thing, but this time let's do all of these things. User profile and categories. This time, since it's an edit page, I don't think we need to stream it, and so skeleton UI. Which means that I do want to await these, but it also means that this would cause a waterfall, because we would do this database call, wait for it to finish, and then do this other database call, wait for that one to finish. So I'd rather just await a promise.all with an array of promises, all the database calls that I want to happen, which means that they will happen in parallel. And then I'll have the user and the profile right here. Group to the UI. So now the UI can be given the user. It probably should be renamed profile, to be honest. User and all the categories that exist, categories, and we still need the Superform specific stuff. So let's see how that's going to work. If we were putting this in the home page, like this form, we could have a route that's like activity new/new, and that's how you create a new activity, a dedicated page just for that. Maybe it gives you suggestions, maybe it helps you write activities. So just put it on the home page just for people to be able to write. But I am here just to go into my root server file yet again. Let's see what we're doing with Superforms. So Superforms always needs the form object, some form data for it to work, even in the form actions that we return in the response to the users submitting the form. Even if they fail, even if they succeed, we always return the form object, and your page loader, your page load method, should always be returning the form object. Now, It doesn't need to be named form in these cases, and indeed in this case I've called it create activity form. Could be anything. That's something that can be passed in later in the form that is going to use it. So for this one, let's say update activity form, and await the super validate using the Zold adapter. You can use it with other additional adapters too, and use the create activity form schema yet again. We'll be refactoring these things. And this form takes data, which is the form data that we're talking about. This is never null. It's actually profile, a mistake. Cool. So now with all of this done, when I save, we should see the form here. Great. It's not pre-filled. The way you can pre-fill a form with Superforms, you pass in an object as the first parameter. So actually, I want to pre-fill this with the values of this activity we just clicked. So the BG3, no spoilers, but it was awesome activity. How would that work? Well, we'll need to create like a get single method in our activities repo. Hello, Mike. Thank you for dropping by yet again. Nice to see you here. So we have this Superbase activities repo. We have an activities repo database, I guess. We'll have a find method, which is going to be taking an ID, and then that will eventually return an activity. I can only imagine. Yeah, that's probably true. Although we'll need to return a specific schema, so we'll actually need to return like an activity ID. So not quite that. Not quite that at all. Superbase can do multiple inner join queries. How do you mean? You can do multiple inner joins. You can do multiple left joins for sure. But if you can do it in SQL, you can do it in Superbase. So my question is, do we need this to be like kind of flat? I guess the profile is inside here, so maybe we didn't need to create the other way. We definitely care for the ID, the created at. That's probably the thing we're going to change. The action and the nodes. My question is, will the media appear different here? And the categories of the media, will it appear different here? Will it be an ID? Anyway, let's just say this is just an activity for now, and we'll massage it to taste. And let's take inspiration from the get latest and rename this to find, which will be taking an ID string. Did I call it find? Good. Just and save. And this one from activities, select, let's say these things, maybe we'll change it later. I guess we don't need the profile. This is like the find for update, I guess. Who knows? No need to, you can match, I guess. Match ID, and that's it. Superbase also has this way of doing the filtering, the where clause. I like this one, more versatile. No need to order it because that's gonna be a single. Should be just the one. So question from Mike. API select something in my table and another table. Will it work in Supabase? Probably. With left joins, it definitely works. I think it should work for inner joins. So like if the profiles add like a, I don't know, manager table, you would be able to join inside there and get that out. So it should work. I guess it's yes. So this thing should always be there. And we'll see how we'll need to massage the data. Not getting mad. Are you creating dynamic forms here? So we are creating forms. It's a question that whether these fields are different depending on whether you are starting or completing, or is this a video game or a TV show or something like that. Because we may do that. If you want to see it, we may do it. So for example, if you were to select TV show, then maybe you want another input field that says season and episode number. So you can put in those two extra parameters here. We could do that. It's always interesting. But if you need dynamic of whether can you put in data there, then they're already dynamic. And they're validating too. All right, so we have this find, and I want to use it in this edit thing. Copilot kinda knows. From the params, we'll have the ID parameter. That's one of the SvelteKit magic things that I really love. Unlike Next.js, this is typed according to what the directory is. And not getting mad, fools up. You were stuck creating a dynamic form a few months back for our project. Yeah, they can be tricky for sure. The trickiest one I was involved with was in funding circle, where the thing that we built was eventually repurposed for COVID relief applications as well. But it was super dynamic form because depending on the type of business you were or type of individual, the type of parameters, then the next step of the form would be different. The same page of the form, the same step could be different, have different fields in here and there. A classic one, I guess, for maybe dynamic form is for location inputs, where you can have the magic, here's your postcode and we find your address, or you can enter manually. So that's also fun. We live stream Tuesdays and Fridays, and on the other ones I sometimes prep. So leave your suggestions on what to cover, and sometimes I do the prep on the other days, but also other work. Question by Mike is, have I tried using signals? I've used signals, yeah. Yes. All right, so let's find this, and this one's going to be like the activity that we're talking about. Let's put it in first, because it's the most important thing. And we saw that we can actually get the profile. Not getting mad asks, how many years have you been coding? It's a long time. I'd say 20, just to say like 2 decades of coding. It's been 1 decade since I moved to London and got into the startup culture and a lot of coding, and switched from PHP to JavaScript, which is like the modern era Johnny. And it's been about like 3 years that I've been doing the video content, maybe 4, not sure. But about a year or 2 of more consistent live streams. Half a year for 2 live streams a week. Right. Hope you're not setting up for a burn. It's like, and you still do it like this. Anyway, we have this activity here, and I was thinking that we can save on this like database call, extra query, because we do have the profile embedded. But let's see actually how would that work. So the DB activity will be looking like this. The profile, that's gonna be destructured from this. So question from Not Getting Mad: how do you approach a problem from a senior's point of view? You get confused, always thinking, should I make this a separate component or keep it in the same component? That's a classic question. Like if the file gets too long, then maybe extract it out in a different component. Svelte 5 has the concept of snippets, which actually make it possible to keep things in a single file while keeping a more sane, reasonable format. So if you're in Svelte 4 or below, if you are in React land, for example, I'd always advise separate components all the time. If you're in Svelte 5 and you want to try snippets, then they have their use cases for like tables and rows and that sort of thing. It's a big discussion. Like it's truly it depends type of problem. Some people will say you need to separate the concerns. Then you can say, is it really a separate concern? So Mike also says, do you follow single responsibility rule? But that's a big question. It used to be that people would love to keep the CSS separate and the JavaScript separate and the template HTML separate, because it'd be like different responsibility for everyone. It's a different file. But even back then, I would prefer to have these three things in the same file, because the responsibility of this component is to be able to solve some specific data and make it interactable. And now we have React server components that can actually do the database calls as well. So, and getting confused from the files, nobody likes to hunt like in the editor for sure for multiple files. But I find the I have too many files problem more figure outable than the I have to scroll up and down too much problem. Yeah, I would extract. And the top third-party libraries to work with React. I don't know. I like the React table at React query. Sorry, not React table, but it's part of the TAM stack. So React query was good, not needed in SvelteKit. Definitely not Redux for the past like 7 years. What else was good in React? Xstate for React was really good. Xstate you can also use with things like Svelte as well. And what else is React and cool? I don't know. Definitely many things in React are cool. So Mike says single goal for every component, logout component for register. Yeah. So a single goal for every component is good. But for example, we have like the login page here, and we have this form, and we have the social login form, because this is responsible for the social login, and then I don't have like individual buttons for the login with each button and the other one. So yeah, I think that's reasonable. So this page has the social login part. This is how you get logged in using the socials. And this is how you get logged in if you use a magic link email login. So I agree in this instance. Would I use store rather than signals? It depends. I don't want to say whether Svelte 5 is more on the signals approach versus stores, but they're very similar. So it's splitting hairs. Like I will use either one if I can see examples for either one. If the library is like work with signals, I'll use signals. The library is like stores. They're quite similar. Speaking of React, the mobservables, mobx observables library was also good. State management is important. Svelte is like React, and SvelteKit is like Next.js. So SvelteKit is full stack and really good. Like Next.js is full stack and really good. It does some things that, well, all of the meta frameworks now are borrowing ideas from each other and they look quite similar. But some things that I really love in this example that we're doing today, the TypeScript integration with SvelteKit is even more magic. I truly love it. The classic example here is that we've captured the ID parameter, And SvelteKit will magically say that, oh, you are capturing the ID parameter and it's a string. While in Next.js, you'd need to specify that you are getting this parameter. And if you refactor, if you change your mind to say that this is a slug, then Next.js would break. It will let you break your app because you've created the type for that page yourself. But SvelteKit will know that this actually is not a thing in this page, that now you have a slug. You've changed this. This is the thing that's a slug. So that's an example of SvelteKit magic that I really miss when I work with Next.js. And Next.js, I've done quite a lot of streams with Next.js as well. Have a look at the Next.js Learn stream that I did maybe after the last Next.js conf. Kind of popular. The stream, Next.js, super popular, React, super popular, also in mobile development. But there are many things in Svelte that, and SvelteKit that I really love now. Like for the past 2 years, I've been pushing more and more clients to do things in SvelteKit. It's coming up. But you can't go wrong with Next.js and React. People will want it for a long, long time. There are things that I really miss when I work with Next.js, so I'm pushing for more and more SvelteKit, for sure. And it's good for the whole ecosystem when any library gets better and used. And I do consultancies at this point. I was a principal software engineer for a long time and then wanted to move out and do something more freestyle. Thanks for the questions, by the way. And Mike saying you're going to go back to React if you start playing with Svelte. Svelte is a breath of fresh air. I've heard many people say something about this. I'm not affiliated with Svelte or React or anybody, which I guess it gives me the ability to be able to freely talk about these things and know that I'm being honest. I like this or I like the other thing. And the main thing that I like about Svelte is that a lot of these things are fundamental HTML fundamentals. They're fundamental, like how servers and responses work, fundamentals. Well, React got into that jQuery space where at some point you were searching for an answer and then you got a React specific answer and not what you want to do with just a site that doesn't have JavaScript or has vanilla JavaScript. So learning Svelte helps you learn fundamental HTML and JavaScript and CSS, while React helps you learn React specifically. JSX can be tricky. All right, so I was claiming that the activity here is returning a profile. So maybe we can destructure it. We can destructure it inline. Right, so with still one database call here, we still have the correct profile in, great. We don't need to check the user here. We'll do another validation to help that happen. Extensions for boosting productivity in VS Code. Check out any project. I usually have like a .vs code extension JSON. I have a video about how this works. And in each project, I try to add recommendations, some of the things that I actually use. So if you do check out the repo, like git clone the repo, and you open VS Code, you'll get suggestions to download them immediately. And prettier is essential. The other ones are kind of nice, like I do a lot of test-driven development and that sort of thing. And Playwright is 100% more usable if you have the Playwright VS Code extension. It depends on the project. There are some projects that really need an extension or two. For internationalization, the internationalization library for Svelte, Paraglide one, the inline one is quite essential. It depends. Besides prettier, which I think every project should have it, I'm not particular on the ones you should have. I even have one that can sort the lines according to the line length, because I had a joke with another engineer that this is like more pleasing to have them formatted like this. But you know, it's previously definitely not productive. But aligning them yourself, that's really not productive. So at least if you're gonna do that for visual appeal, cascade appeal, then have the plugin do it for you. But yeah, maybe ask again in a comment, because I'll need to think about this while I'm coding. There aren't like many extensions that pop to mind. Maybe because I'm actually using it, I'll need to review them and be like, oh yeah, this is, I can do this because I have this extension. Sometimes I'm not sure. All right, so profile we get from the database. The rest of the activity, we still want to give supervalidate a parcel here, or the whole activity really. So for example, the name, we could give it by passing the rest of the activity dot name, but it's not there. All right, great. It's going to be media dot name, right? And now it will be pre-filled. Amazing. So how do we pass this so the category is also correct and the nodes are correct and all of that? Should we say existing activity data? Yeah, let's map this. So activity data, it's gonna be this. And let's pass in the ID. That feels like it's gonna be important. And we also want the nodes. And we want the created at. That's the whole point of the stream. And the action is this from the dropdown. Do I use all of my fingers while typing? Even my toes. I have like a piano style pedal I use for shift. Fingers, yes. I do. I'm not a super fast typer. Like I'm not a competitive typer, but I can type fast enough. But it looks cool for interviews to see me type and do like map reduce and like all those things. But in real life, how fast you do the code is like the least important thing. Like you can save like 2 hours thinking about a problem, coming with a good solution, and then save like a sprint, like 2 weeks worth of work. Well, if you can type a file like in 1 hour and I can type it in 50 minutes, like the 10 minutes difference, it's not gonna make a difference, really. Not really. All right, so what does this person want? I think category ID. Oh, thanks. Ah, it thinks this is a string, which is not. It's an enum, I guess. Print gen. Mike is sorry, not print gen. I've seen some people use a keyboard that's kind of like not really a keyboard, something that they hold like a joystick, really like a game controller, and then they press like some buttons and magically. I do have a mechanical keyboard actually. Maybe I can show it on screen. It has the. It does have the funky sound, which helps. Not super funky sound, because I don't need the whole neighborhood to know that I'm coding furiously. But it's a travel time for me. Like having deep travel time, it's much better than using like the Mac laptop keyboard, for sure. The thunk is satisfying as well. So, problem with typing schema maybe here. So these actions, these should be an enum that maybe we use elsewhere as well. Not sure. Like in the database, we haven't defined this as an enum. It can be anything. So we'll see. We'll see. And we can just define like a an action type. Somewhere. Let's not put it in now, because what I really want is the category ID. So this one, yes, this is the correct category for this. Because I suspect here they want category ID. It's going to be like this. But it means that we need to ask for it. To use field errors in Zod. Yes, you can see it here. There you are, field error. Or if this gets like too long or too short. Maybe it's just too long. Titles. So yeah, also a field error. If this gets too long. You want to learn this library, but most tutorials do not provide real-life examples. You're in luck. I only do real-life examples, and this app you can find it. Well, link in the description. You can find it in coolsourcetalk.com, because I know that there are too many tutorials that are like, here's how you can do a to-do list and how you can do a Kanban and all of that. How to catch field errors types? I don't understand that question. But yeah, regarding real life projects, you can see that the first one we did in like this new series is great for people that are trying to get into software engineering as well, and Svelte, specifically in SvelteKit, because it's a mostly static portfolio website. Maybe there are other solutions that are better if you're trying to do a portfolio website. Maybe you just use, you know, Squarespace or Webflow. But we're starting with SvelteKit because I love SvelteKit, and we extend to more and more complicated apps. So first stream was this one. Then what did we do? We did the Loot Goblin. This, which has search functionality, for example. Lots of cool things here. And finally, now we are on the third one of this new series where we do this cool source talk one with another popular UI library called shadcn, and actually using Superforms. So until here, we're doing everything manually. And now that we know the fundamentals, we're moving in to using this Superforms library, because I realized that if you're starting from this episode, you'd be like, what are we passing in here? But if you know what we've done in the past, then we can start to appreciate how this is actually saving you time. More Lucia Drizzle, Turso SvelteKit content from scratch. Definitely the next one is going to be back to Lucia Drizzle and Turso, because we're doing Superbase now, just to ping pong from them, and probably deploy to Fly. So we've been deploying to Vercel for everything in the past 2 years, I think. Can you use Vercel to deploy a real-life project? Yes, all of these are deployed to Vercel. So we've only been doing Vercel for like 2 and 3 years. Not for a particular reason, just because I like it and I do things. It's easy, gives you things like deploy previews with no setup of your own, essentially for free for most projects. The way they make their money is when big companies start deploying to Vercel, and then they start selling things like the analytics, the tracking events, maybe the databases. It's that's how they make the money. So for regular developers and side projects, they have very, very generous limits and quotas. So you can use it for production for lots and lots of things. I've been building apps here for years, and I didn't need to move to like a paid plan for quite a while. Right. We have a series on deploying I think I may have a video on deploying projects. You may ask and I'll find a link. Essentially, if you know how to deploy to GitHub, then you should be able to deploy with Vercel as well. It's one of my short videos for sure. If you can push your code to GitHub, you can set up the Vercel integration to deploy to Vercel. And I do think the things that deploying to Vercel can give you are things that we used to have teams of DevOps engineers that were dedicated to do these things, and they weren't even doing all of the things that are possible now with platforms like Vercel and others. Like the deploy previews that I mentioned, you have a PR, like a separate branch of code, or you want to ABC test or something like that. Preview deployment, that was quite hard to set up. I remember in some companies you need to ask for your like deploy environment and if you wanted to someone else to check your app before you actually push to production. These things Vercel just gives you immediately with no extra setup, which is amazing. I guess you'd need to learn about environment variables, how do you set those, but even that is like with a UI interface. It's very nice. You can do it. Watch the video and you'll be able to do it by the end of it. And probably on the Paulina Papper's stream that I mentioned, the portfolio website, the very first project, I can only imagine we're deploying to production. So you can see how we did it there, and it's quite fresh. Quite fresh. All right, category ID. Does Vercel block DDoS attacks? Not sure if they do this by default. There are some things like Cloudflare and stuff that will be blocking IPs if they get so many requests, but I don't know. I don't know if they do this automatically for you. I do know that they won't charge you for it. Or they'll block it by like making your website unreachable, but then no one else will be able to reach it. I don't know if they have block listing functionality, though. The point is that if someone was to try to DDoS you, you won't be in debt to Vercel for like 10K. You will just have your project not showing. All right, let's see. Since we're here, I imagine that it should be a playlist. Oh, I think I have it in this description. In the description to this one, it should be this playlist, author errorless with SvelteKit. Oh. This for this project. The portfolio series, this one. Brand new full stack app. It has timestamps, getting started, tailwind, setting up, blah, blah, blah. Like one of those. Oh, there you go. And it's going to work first time. Feels like this is the one where I'm deploying somewhere. Ah, there you go. Setting up a GitHub project and deploying to Vercel. And it's going to work first time. Does it actually work for first time? So they can find out. Yeah, how did I get in here? Link in the description for that one. So you have today's episode, which I guess is kind of similar to this one. And you have the link to the portfolio series. And this one, Loot Goblin, was Lucia, SvelteKit, Drizzle, Turso. So that's something. Something for you too, Mike. So yeah, this one is the one that does the Turso stuff. But not getting mad. May be interested into this one. The first one, the portfolio one. Here I am. Different cert. Great. Great. Cool. So, not there. The Superbase activities repo, this one, when you find, we're just bringing in the categories name. I think every one of them. Oh, thank you. Let me know and leave a comment. I reply to everyone for what you want to see next. If something was confusing, we'll touch it up yet again or in the Discord. I really love when people work with me, like code along with me, or just have the streams playing. Some of them are private. Yes, some of the repos are private because to prove that I'm making real apps, one of the real apps that I've made them is the JOHNNIFY website. And with JOHNNIFY Premium full disclosure, you can subscribe for a month and then you get access to all the actual code. So I do invite you to code along with me, and then you end up with the code that I end up with, or maybe you would tweak it to taste. But if you're at the end of it, you're like, I'm not gonna watch 15 hours of live stream, I get it, just give me the code, and then I just want to do tweaks on it, then you can do the JOHNNIFY Premium deal and get every code that I've done on live streams alongside it. That's how that works. That's how that works. Thanks. I'll say hi after the stream. So Superbase thing that I had come to terms with was that when you join tables, you join them by giving them the table name, which we're doing plural, so categories. But for many things, you have a one-to-many relationship or a one-to-one relationship. So we know that this activity belongs in exactly one category. And still, when you get the data out, then you're getting categories out, plural, even though it's a singular. The point of it is that you may want to alias table name, and in Superbase you do that with this colon syntax that I don't think appears anywhere in the docs, but I've recently found out about it and I was like, oh great, that's what I wanted. And I am doing this because why was I doing this? We're searching for the category somehow. I guess when we get the latest, we don't care about this. All right. But when we get the categories, we do get the ID and the name. Thank you very much for dropping by. Interactions like that are what make the live streams go by quickly. Is it possible to create main-to-main in Superbase? Yes. And Superbase just does it if you follow the conventions that they suggest. It's the same syntax as this, where you specify the table name and then which fields you want. It magically gets them. Comment from Not Getting Mad. I think live streaming meta is better than tutorials. I wish it was available for even more things because, for example, I was trying to learn Unreal Engine 5 or Swift UI, Swift, or Objective-C or whatever else. And I just know if I had one expert there that I could ask some critical questions, I would be able to go through and build the thing that I want. While when you watch tutorials, then it's very likely that something may be too basic for you, something may be more advanced, something you may want to tackle later. It's different. All you really want is like an expert as a service that you can say, oh, this is what I want to learn now. And of course, they can pick up your vibes as well and understand better than you where maybe the gaps be and the strengths be. So I can see how live streams can be closer to that. But it depends on the tutorials. Like, watch my videos. I think I try to make them exciting. I think they're super efficient. I do a lot of editing and take me a lot of time to keep the information comment at a rapid fire pace while still keeping your attention. It's the opposite of the live streams where I do ramble and go into tangents a lot. The videos are like 5 minutes, here's how view transitions work. But if it's like how do I build a whole app, then it'd be impossible for me to make a edited tutorial like this. There is no AP docs for that, Mike says, for many to many. It's not true. I think it's just gonna be like the select. So I think because it's the same as this one, as the fetch data one, what do they have here? Query reference tables. I think the API is the same. It's just that you've defined the many-to-many relationship in your database here. Right? We'll find an example for sure. See you later. The video about fonts is awesome. Yes, thank you. It keeps getting views, which is great in comments. I love to see it. I love helping people with that because it's also like a relatively easy win as well. So yeah, I'll keep trying to find the time to do the edited videos in the future. Anyway, let's see where we're at now. I'm thinking that, do I want a different type of activity here? Do I want to change this to be like category, have the ID and the name? Maybe. And the category is this. Yeah, font source is awesome. Not to be confused with font awesome, which was also awesome back in the day. But turns out we shouldn't hack fonts like this. Okay, so I'm claiming this is what I want. I guess we don't want the category ID all the time. Why needlessly have this number? Is it because it makes my life easier? Maybe. A lot of refactoring, to be honest. But I love refactoring. So I'm claiming that maybe even category gets renamed to this. And I want to fetch the category ID as well. Maybe I don't need it. What am I doing? We'll factor later. Do I recommend the denormalized way or the normalized way? I don't understand. Which are those ways you're referring to? So maybe we don't need the name here, is what I'm trying to say to myself. Does this need category ID? Yes. All right, so that's why we're doing this. Great. I wasn't crazy. You find normalize very easy, but lacking skills to fetch them all in one query, like many to many. I believe you can do it. I believe in you. But first thing is, does this thing work? Does it make it on the page? It may be a bottleneck in the future, but no need to prematurely optimize for that. Sometimes it's fine to do like 2 calls when, even though one would be more performant, because having your code be understandable, for example, is a big advantage to you. The user wouldn't know that it's more understandable or less to you, but if you're able to work more on your project, make more progress, be faster in releasing the features, the user will know that. So there is a case to be made that if something is like a cool one-liner and more performant, great. But how much of performance difference are we talking about? Sometimes it's fine to just do 2 queries and then move on with your life. So I believe you can do it, but if you find that it takes too much time to figure out the exact query, just do 2 queries and move on with your life. Keep the code understandable. It's not going to be the end of the world. And then when your app takes off and you're famous, it's going to be far into the future. You can use like the Superbase Studio Analyzer and be like, oh, this is taking like 300 milliseconds and it could take like 150. Then you'd optimize. Then you'd have the incentive to spend the time to refactor that query. So time box it. And array transformation. Right, I see. Sort of like casting things. Yeah, so this is similar to what I'm trying to do here, where it annoys me that this is plural and I want to alias it to like singular. Yeah, I do think it's worth it to do some of the work to make the data straight out of the database look like how you expect it. There is value in that, not getting around it. But not the end of the world at the same time. Right, so I'm thinking, I don't want the category ID here, or do I? Maybe in the future, like you filter by this and then you won't be filtering by name. So let's just put it in there instead of going in circles, which means that it's this, which means that it's this. All right. It's great to talk to the chat, but it does mean that sometimes I have to arrive to the same result twice because I forget myself. Cool. And should I call it category while we're here? Yeah, sure. So this is category, aligns to category now, and we bring in the ID. I'm going to do the same thing on the other one. But for this one, this is going to break our main feed. Because now, is in our main route, the latest activities are a bit different. And I guess the activity feed just takes them and feeds them to the activity feed item, which we've already messed with. And just here, where it says categories, we just do category. We just do category and that's it. Right? Yes. Great. Fixed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Cool. Why are we doing all of this? We're doing all of this because in this, we want to pre-fill this with a category ID. Great. So the category was video game. Let's do a different one. Let's do like the follow TV show, which I finished yesterday. Let's go here. Right, so TV show, we got it. The only thing we need now is the verb. The verb. And why is that? Because we haven't specified in the database that the action is actually going to be an enum. Maybe because we're gonna be adding even more things to it. Who knows? Maybe these actions, we extract them into the repository. Here. And we say that, hey, these are the actions. And an action is type of actions. Drizzle uses the service key by default to bypass RLS. Yeah, I was thinking about if you really want transactions and you use Drizzle for transactions, then you'd have to make the connection with the service key and not with the magic credential according to the user you're logged in with or not logged in. RLS key feels a bit squirrely. Feels a bit dangerous. So now in this schema, let's bring it in from the repo. Actions is common for SvelteKit, I guess. The problem is that these actions, I've put them in the server directory, so because this is going to be used client side as well, so it's not ideal. So where will I keep it? Not in server. It's good to protect these for sure. But maybe here, I guess we have the schemas here. Let's have it. Export. But is it a schema? It's not a schema. Will I remember where it is the question. Maybe in this schema file. Then I paste the actions here too. And then I also have the type action. Different way to do it. Actually the same. So let's see. The refactoring. Can you find it from $lib? Guess not. Right, so that's correct. And then in the schema, this one, let's say that we get it from the actions key. So it'd be action schema. I guess so. Singular. And this file will be getting the actions from the schemas file. This one, different schemas file, schema and schemas, so many things. This is called action now. All right, getting there. Why am I doing all this? I'm doing all of this because in the edit route, activity edit route, I want to say the action is indeed rest of activity action, and now I've typed this correctly. That's going to be one of those things. And there you go. It starts as the correct one. So 1 hour 40 minutes, and we've started. We've pre-filled the form. Wow. Took us a while. Lots of TypeScript not quite knowing what the load method takes. I think this has started the moment I've changed my app.t.ts to have the Superforms namespace. I don't know why. Sometimes it comes and it goes. Sometimes it's fine. Now it knows what this is, for example. So it's all good. It's happy. And we finally have a pre-filled form, and we want to make it update. What was the plan? We're still here. Yeah, let's do more refactoring. Let's do more refactoring. So we're still using a create activity form, but we actually want an activity create or update activity, just an activity form for both cases. That would be neat. And we are in the edit page. This one, which just uses the activity form. Really, it just takes some from data, takes the profile. I guess we should change this as well. And takes the categories, all the categories. That should appear here. There you go. So, one of the questions is where do I put this component? We could keep it in the same place. The other question is, maybe let's name this profile. Because that makes a bit more sense. So now it does work the same. But I also want to rename this to activity form. Did this. Did it actually update anything? Kinda. Updated the file path, but not the name. Better. Fewer characters. Fewer characters, more better. Cool. So now we have this generic activity form, and we have the activity form schema, which I guess we can just call it activity form schema, but sometimes it has ID, sometimes it doesn't. I guess you get the ID from a different place, so that's fine. Yeah, let's just call this activity form schema and move on with our lives. So we know a database activity, if it persists, it has an ID. But hey. And we know that we'll use it here. And we know that our load methods do use the schema itself. Oh, and it worked. All right, so the thing is, when will it be submit? And when will it be update? It's another question. if there is an ID in the URL, then it's update. Could be cheeky way to do it. So the question is, like when I'm here and I want to create a new one, I want to press submit. But when I'm editing, I want to do save. But I guess let's be practical for one moment and just say you press the button in any case. It's the same. You submit a form even if it's updated. It's fine. It's fine. Now, we may want the action to be something different. So obviously, in this page, we want to hit the create activity named action, but in the edit page, we want to hit an edit action. If we were using the default action for this one, then we'd be golden. So maybe that's what we'll do. A bit cheeky. Let's see. So in the index route, we only have the create activity action for now. So let's just name it default. And then if our activity form just doesn't specify which action do you want to hit, it will try to hit the action of the page that it's on. So this one should still work the same. But when you use it in the edit variation, it will try to find a different form action, and now it will not do anything. I guess it resets, like no errors. There should be some errors here, to be honest. But yeah, we'll see. Do I have the default action already? That's the problem. Yeah, I have the default action. So we made it into this default action. We've submitted to this. So we haven't given our form an action name, so it hits the default action. When it's on the root page, it hits the create activity one, and now we need to implement this, the default one. If I hadn't had it, then we'd be getting an error. As you can see that, oh, we didn't find the default action. All right, so here is where we want to do the actual update. We're almost there. And I guess we'll have the params available, which will have an ID available here, which we will be using. And we can just take inspiration from whatever we're doing here in the other default action. Should we allow people to update the name? I guess so. We could be extracting this logic somewhere else. So definitely let's start talking about the things we're doing. We're using Superforms yet again. And then fail from Superforms. This should never happen unless it's someone intentionally trying to hack us, because the browser and client-side validation should be stopping people from submitting invalid data. We check to see whether you are logged in, but we should also be checking to see if you are the person that owns this form, this action as well. So we'll see how that works. But then the thing we were doing is, if this is going to be an autocomplete field in the future, so you will be searching for like Baldur's Gate, maybe only if you're in the video game category, and you'll get the autocomplete to pre-fill things for you. The the point is that we'll have some records in the database for you to give you as results from the autocomplete. And if we don't have the thing that you want to add, then we create a new media with the same ID. And I guess that's logic that maybe we want to extract. Do we want like a find media? Match media, like the CSS attribute. Do I just copy paste this for now and refactor off stream? Probably. This is like the create or update, find or create media logic. Once we have the media item, which is this, then we make the new activity object of the activity you're going to create. In our case, it's going to be the updated activity object, and then instead of inserting it, we'll be trying to update it. I guess we could have like an upsert and have a method that does all of this, but that'd be a bit silly. We could have the other form still hit this, and then depending on whether you have an ID in the params, then you do a different thing. But I think that would be silly. Or would it be genius? Not sure. So Supabase has a method called upsert, which you can give an ID on your payload, and then it will try to update a record if it exists, if you have the correct privileges and all of that. Sometimes it's going to be an authentication error, so not exactly this, but we'll see. I'm starting to warm up to this idea because all of this logic, I don't want to copy paste or refactor or do anything like that. So let's see what I'm thinking of doing. You see, again, we have the activity form and we said it will be hitting the default form action, but actually maybe I want to hit an upsert activity action somewhere. Maybe on the root page, not sure. I guess we had it on the home page before. So on the root page here, maybe we want to call it upsert activity, and then confirm that it still works. With our own eyeballs. Still works. And now even the edit one is gonna try to hit this one, the upsert one, this action. It's gonna do the same logic of creating or updating this. Great. But here, instead of doing the insert, we want to do upsert and then where? Filter, match, I guess. Let's look at the Superbase docs just in case. So here, upsert, here you go. And this is going to be the payload. This is going to be, I guess the upsert actually has an ID. No need to match anything. So my question is, it will never have an ID here. So the other form could be submitting an ID, which I don't quite like. Not really. We can have a hidden ID input, but I don't want to put it on the schema. And this will never have params ID. Can it be nullable? So suddenly I'm not so happy about this method. Let's check out SvelteKit here. Optional parameters. With double brackets. We don't have a slash edit page. Then it'd be hitting the edit page. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Not sure about this after all. Should I say that the ID is optional? Maybe that's what we want. So in this schema, we could say that we sometimes have an ID, which is sometimes defined, sometimes not. And this should still pass. It does. And the activity form, I guess we can have a hidden input in here. If form.id, no. If page, so in the page store, do we have the page store? Yes. Do we? We don't. I'm trying to magically bring it in, but it won't do. Sometimes it's happy to do so, sometimes not. There you go. So I want to say if the page params URL. How do we get the params here? Who knows? The page store, what does it have? It's got these. And what are these? Let me know. It does have params. How is it going? Well, we're still in that form, unbelievably. I think that page store has like a params object, but the autocomplete is saying differently. So I'm second guessing myself. So it should have the slug here, but hey, sometimes I'm saying that this page is not going to have any actions, for one. I am saying that the activity form here, that this thing may have an ID. And then if that happens, then we'll have a hidden input. So here, no hidden input in this form. But if we actually go to the edit page, yeah, looks great. Maybe it doesn't have params. Maybe we do like the asterisk here. Seems like it works. But hidden input with a value of page params ID. So here it just looks the same. Here just looks the same, but secretly we're also passing the ID here. Why are we doing that? Because I want my one upsert activity action to do an upsert, either a new insert or an update. So this is not new activity anymore. Should we call it activity? Because here this may be string or undefined, and it should magically work. All right, got there. So once again, with a hidden ID. So we've done that, we submit, it appears in our database, we're here. And now we want to update it. Will it work? Maybe. I guess not. Guess the answer was no. So this one should be there, and I should have credentials to update this activity. So did we make it all the way here? Let's see. So ID is undefined. Great. Because I didn't give this a name, because I make this, I have this problem all the time. And then it's just gonna work. And I could find the name here from the attributes, but hey, could encase this form control. You just name it ID and it's fine. All right, gonna work. 100 pounds says yes. It worked. Great. And we can see it actually updated. It pretended it updated. What did I edit? Maybe another one. All right, it seems like it works. Great. Still works for create 2. There you go. Amazing. No real visual indicator that it actually worked. So that's probably the thing that we'll be doing next. I guess we did manage to do this one too. Maybe around like 1 hour 40, 50. I'll find it later. Wow, 2 hours in refactoring the edit stuff. Hope you liked it. And then, because in this form we don't want a toast. We don't want something to say, oh, we've created this activity. Maybe we do actually. Maybe we do. But when you edit it, we definitely want some reaction. We definitely want the message to say, well done, you did it. And we do use the delayed functionality for this, but we're not sending a pop-up. As a reminder, whoa. I think this is the fake snippet here. So the simple activity that I have should be adhering to the activity interface that we've changed. Is that a real thing? Shouldn't be. Does anything use this? Shouldn't. Type should be fine to bring to the front end. Sometimes this has an ID. I guess, do we ever do profile ID? Yes, we do. So this one is fine. And then we just need to name this category. Good. And we just need to give this a numerical ID. And then maybe it's fine. All right, this is all for this little preview. In this edit profile, if we make an update, we see a toast here at the bottom or on the side on bigger screens. Looks nice. And we may want that to happen. Again, we don't want this to happen. Maybe we want this to happen when you're in this page, but we definitely want it to happen when you're on the edit page, because now you update this and then it's updated, but the user doesn't know what's happened. So we'll do that at some point, but not now. Because now we finally want to add an input, and only at the end we'll be doing class messages. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Should we do the toast? Let's do the toast now. And then finally get to the name of the episode, Superforms and calendar inputs. I guess we've shown a lot with Superforms, but not the Superform proxies or the calendar inputs. We'll get there. Big stream. But yeah, let's do it. So we've seen in the edit page how we saw that little nice toast. How is that achieved? In here, we return using the message helper from Superforms, and we've made this up. In up2d2ts, we've specified that all the messages that Superform returns are going to have a type that's either going to be error or success, and then a text string, which is going to be what we're going to show to the UI. So let's do the same thing for our default action, which is going to be here. And in the end, we return nothing, I suppose. We could return message. And we should be returning the form anyway. So message helper from SvelteKit Superforms, great. And then maybe we are second. Kind of this ternary didn't actually help. So if there is an activity ID, activity updated, or else it's activity created. activity posted. So returning this should change nothing. No toast. Submit. Nothing changes. This still appears because we're not making use of it. But we look at the profile form. We're saying that on updated, if we have a form message, then we send the toast, I guess. So let's see. For the activity form, Superform accepts some events, and we said that we want unupdated. We want all of this, and we have the toast from SvelteSonar, which is the one shadcn also uses. So now toast there is no toast. It's crazy. New activity posted. There you go. Here's our little toast, tiny on the screen, bottom left. And when I actually edit it, then we get this activity updated thingy. But I've also noticed the thing with Superforms that's kind of annoying, that the form resets to whatever it was before, which we don't want. So here, I think they have like a reset form thingy. Which can be, like, maybe we can derive this. Maybe not. Please update. Let's derive this. And this is going to be the is update. We can flip this. Great. I think this will never update. Interesting. I also want to use it here. Too confusing for me. Yeah, so instead of using derived here, I think it's going to be fine if we flip this. So if it's if we have an ID, it means we have an update. So the toast the form will not reset. So we want the opposite. All right, form doesn't reset, which is quite weird. But for this one, because maybe you want to add a new activity, like if you're watching the followed episode, we want this to clear and then you do the new one. So that's the idea about regarding resetting the form or not. All right, so we've done even that. We have the little toast. We're starting to cook here, cooking with gas. So time for date inputs. And for that, yeah, we'll be using proxy objects. We've talked in the beginning of the stream 3 days ago that HTML by design uses HTML inputs that take string values, text values, characters. Even if it's supposed to be something that looks like a number, like an age stepper or something, in reality, in HTML, as far as HTML is concerned, this is a string. And this comes into play with dates even more, because you may have a date field that looks like it's accepting a date object, but actually, once again, it is accepting a string. And Superforms has these helpful proxies to account for exactly this case, where in your database you may have a date object, you may have an integer, but the inputs actually want text values. So they have this way where you give it the form, you give it the specific field, and then it gives you the thing to pass into the input. So a stringified version of whatever you want to pass there. And we'll be going straight into the date input example. So here in our database, we do have something like this. Can only imagine, but the input here behind the scenes has to work with a string version of this. And we have this nice example, which we'll try to work with. And even works with constraints. I imagine that we've specified the constraints in the Zod schema. We'll see. Constraints is also something I haven't played with. Oh, nice. I should have been playing with this. In shadcn, in the example, they don't have this, so I didn't use it, but I should have had. So apparently, if we've created the Superform with something like Zod, which we have, you need some sort of library like Zod to create it. You can also have access to the constraints that apply things like min-max lengths of strings and whether it's required. So I should have been using it everywhere, actually. All right. So for now, we'll be updating the existing created at field. So we're saying maybe we'll do another one. Date. Should we call it date? Should we just call it date? Is it going to be a date object? Yeah, that's date. So date. And is there anything that we want to pass? I guess we'd want to pass not in the future, but maybe not. Should be in the past years. The thing is that with Superforms, the schemas get cast. So we won't be able to say maximum is today's date in these states, which is interesting. I wonder what we are supposed to do. But for here, let's say the minimum should be They give it the grams sign, maybe not. So we have this schema validation. Would we actually call it date? Maybe. We'll see. We'll say, oh, it defaults to now, but I don't want to make that happen. Let's say it's optional and nullable. Maybe you don't pass it. So for the create one, we do not pass anything. But for the edit one, we want to be able to tweak it. So in the activity form, maybe right here, we'll see how we'll pre-fill it. Date, let's call it. For now, this has appeared because we've added it in the schema, so you're protected from doing something nonsensical or even spelling mistake. Or if we change this to date time, then this will guard us. We'll also have to change it here. When did it happen? And then, I guess this will always be empty. So let's pass the created at. The specified in schema, I do not. So let's put the date here. No placeholder, no nothing. But what we'll actually put is the input from this example. And we want access to the constraints and the arrows object. And does it want anything else? And the proxy date. So we get a date object here. Do we actually get a date object here? Not sure. Maybe. I guess it's a pogo. It is serializable, so it should be fine. We can bring in this helper. And then pass this here. We don't want this input. And then bam, we have like some decent UI for this. And we are good to go. And this assumes, well, it doesn't assume, this is taking something that if it exists in a database, it's going to be a date object. However, we are using Postgres, so we'll probably already have like a ISO string anyway, so we may need to do the proxy in a different way. But I thought it'd be interesting to show how it would work like this. And you can see the UI where the user clicks, you recognize it, it's nice, good enough. Well, it's way far in the future. But we will refactor for shadcn soon enough. But not now. Now I want this to start from whatever we have in the database. So let's actually look. This activity, we're creating this. where passing created at, which we didn't need. Let's say that this is the date. So it starts like this, and it gets a string because in the database we do have an ISO string. So all of this in this case, where like if we were doing a new date from the ISO string, then it would work. If you're working with something like Drizzle, for example, you can specify things as strings or as dates, and it will magically convert an ISO date from your database to a date object. So the data you'd have here would be a date already, and then this proxy object thing would be helpful. But now, really, we're changing the database date, the ISO date from the database, into actual JavaScript object date, and then back into string date. But it does have like only some parts of the date itself. It doesn't have the time zone and stuff. All right, I think we will take a small break, and then right after that we make this a little bit more stylish with shadcn. Need to check up on my doggy. We'll be right back. All good with Samarina, my beautiful pup. It's we've had a few days of sun and heat here in Barcelona, but we had a good amount of rain today. We got caught, and she's a very wet pup today. So she's about like 3/4 of her size as well. She has a lot of fur, so when it gets wet, she shrinks. Quite cute, to be honest. So let's break here. We're moving along. It's around 10 of the break. And let's have a look. Let's try to see how this cleverness is actually achieved, this helper method that Superforms has, the date proxy. I imagine it creates a new store that when you're trying to reset the date, then it also updates the original field. But of course, I'm going to go to the TypeScript definitions, not where it's actually implemented. Should we just do our own? Maybe. My other question is, right, so we're not going to do that. Let's just say, let's try to make it from scratch, and then we can look into the library code, figure that out. Let's bring in the DatePicker. Let's bring in the DatePicker from shadcn-svelte. Pick a date, you select this, you're good to go. Another date range, which is very cool. No presets. Maybe this one, which does block dates that are in the future and is working with a form. So I think that's where we need to be. So here it's just saying that it needs to be a string. Does it does Zod have like an ISO date type of thing? Surely. Oh, there you go. You can have a string date, which is what we actually want. But it only has this. So separate for date. Ah, it has date time. So is this what we want? Not sure. This is the thing that would be storing in the database. So maybe this is what we want, but not sure. We could also make it so our Postgres only knows this. But maybe we do want date time. We'll see. Let's say that it's this. Let's go to a schema and say, well, actually, this string, that is date time. But I guess we cannot pass it min-max now. Fair enough. I guess we can do a custom validator like we did for the file inputs. Let's have a look. Let's see. This one. So in a refine, we're doing some checks here. So we could be translating this to a date and then doing like a check on when it is. Let's try it. So let's try a refine, and let's say should be equivalent. This should be more recent. Great. And now on the server, we don't need to typecast this for now. Invalidate time, it says. Interesting. Is it because it has the time zone? Up to here and take the first one. Or maybe it's because we did the proxy. Let's have a look. How does this look? Oh, interesting. Not said part. Is there anything better I can do other than cutting at the dot? Maybe not. Maybe that's safe enough. I think this will give it what it wants. Maybe not. Let's see if we do new date and then do twice a string. Is it happy? It is happy. That's kind of crazy. So this is not an ISO format date. Guess it's timestamps. Guess this is a case for using the date proxy, actually. Yeah, because that's like confusing. Yeah, let's make that a date. That's a case for using the date in the proxy. So everything we did here, forget it ever happened. We do want this to be a date. And then we're happy. And in the activity form, we still have the proxy date to work with. Unfortunately, that's not what shadcn-svelte wants. So let's see what they want. Here they already want a string, and that's fine. They use parse date. There is a specific library that they like to use called internationalized date, and I guess that's the one that has the parse date method, as well as the date format and all of these things. Oh well, one step at a time. Let's bring in the DatePicker first. And I'm surprised that they don't have the pnpx add thing, the installation thing. How you bring in components with shadcn. If you don't pass a parameter, you can bring in many or see what they have available. Pro tip from Lucent, I think from Giuseppe. And we want DatePicker, wasn't there? Or was it actually like a calendar? Is that the source of my confusion? Oh yeah, it just has the calendar and the popover. So there's some instructions there. It's like, what's it there, mate? That's why I had it linked in the description too. Right, so calendar and popover. Like to overwrite all existing components. No thanks. Yes. No. I like my existing button component. So what did this bring us? This brought like a million components that are in Svelte 4 and that I'll need to change at some point. But not now. Change this extension. This. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Who knows what they're doing here? Let's confirm what we have done so far. Let's commit. So the pencil, not the UI stuff, not this stuff. the popover stuff, but the change is here, here, here. So it's going to get too confusing. Because we did manage to add the edit functionality, and now we're adding even more. Have it separate comments in case I want to bail out and be like, I actually like this more. Or maybe. Yeah, let's make the vanilla one work. Database migration. All right, so we want this. The other thing is that you do have a datetime input that I was planning to talk about at some point and that I've shown before, which then you have the UI for both in one and just the one field for these, which is quite good, to be honest. So should we just use that one? In modern apps, what I see is that they have the date input and then next to it an hour input, and they don't combine them together. But I'm not sure. I think people will just want this, so maybe I'll just do it. But then Superforms doesn't have a proxy object exactly for that. We have the date proxy one, which I think just gives you this. But maybe you can give it datetime actually. We'll see. We'll find out. And max, I can only imagine. How do you pass extra constraints? Like a date. You can get this, but how do you set it? Can you add extra constraints? Who knows? We'll figure it out later. I imagine because they thought of everything, there must be a way where client side, when I pass in, when I call Superform here, there will have like more validators, something like this. Or maybe I'm supposed to mess with this object here. I'm sure. But maybe this should be the same one. So validators. Just put it there. It's common. It's fine. It's fine. Let's move on. we managed to have this here, this input field. If I wanted to make it daytime, I guess it's going to be that one. Daytime UTC. So this input wait a minute. Oh, we've added it for everything. Forgot. So yeah, I only want this if page params ID. So just for not overwhelming the user with information, don't show this input at all. If they're going to create, so for the main page, I don't want to see this input. I just want them to submit stuff. But then if they're like, well, I didn't actually do it now, then I want them to get here. So in here, I actually want it to be the daytime local. This guy. And then if we pass in the option daytime local, you can only imagine, it's just going to work. And you get this free UI with dark mode if needed. Great. Problem solved. The only thing is that we want this input, I guess, to be inside this. So can we just use the input field like this? And then it will just work. Like if this was a form input actually. Oh, amazing. And what if I put it in the label? Doesn't look that good. But I guess they want me to spread the attributes. This will magically give it some things like a name and an ID. So the name I don't need to pass, but the ID will associate the label to the input. So if I click here, it gets me in the input, which is fine, but it only opens the popover when I click the icon, which is okay, not the end of the world. Kind of like it. All right. So it's looking decent. And this one, I guess that's the way to get it without the time zone instead of the crazy thing I did. We need to change the backend to accommodate for this new field. So if we look at our migrations, I imagine the first one, we created the tables needed for the activity feed, which were a few, including the activities one itself. And we have a created at, that's timestamp with time zone. And it defaults to now. It's probably a good idea to have an identification in your database of when a record was created, because then the user, like, you can have the user update this. You can also have this not exist and just have like the date field and have them mess with that one. But I would like to have a separate column for when this thing was created in the database, when was this row inserted, and a separate one for them to match with, calling it a date. So let's create a migration to add that column, I suppose. And we probably want to index that column as well. Shall we ask Copilot to see what they can come up with? Be migration new. Oh, not DB migration, that's migration new. Add date column. So the activity has a date. That's the one we want to use. Let's see what's going to happen. It's going to create an empty file, and then I want to say to Copilot, you write the SQL for a separate migration to add a date column. Understand what I'm typing. On this table, at the column date, no, default current date. Right. So I should have said that I wanted it to be a timestamps column, not actually a date column, but there's also the date time thing. Maybe I don't want it to be with time zone, or I do. Okay, let's see. Will it use now? Does it do the same thing? I've never actually seen an index created like this. So it's an even further optimization. If you say, if you know that you're only gonna sort by latest, which you would for an activity feed. You wouldn't go to Twitter and find the first tweets. Well, maybe you would, but they wouldn't make it easy for you. So it should reply with it depends. If I ask it how much faster would it be if we do specify. Great, it depends. And now I'm asking, is this correct? And then it says, Postgres does not support the desk keyword when creating an index. Wow, what a troll move. What a troll move. I'm glad for this 3-hour live stream, if just for this, and if I'm the only one who's gonna laugh on this. Easy. I was like, oh, I don't know this. Which with SQL, it can be very possible that I just don't know it. I wasn't being cheeky. And then it was like, oh yeah, you can use this for performance benefits. And then I asked ChatGPT, will you double check this is correct? And it's like, no, almost correct. Postgres doesn't support specifying descending indices. Damn. Great. I'm trying to find the SQL to populate this for people who are already using this, since we're using this in production, to not mess up with the order. So I think this is correct. And again, I'm hoping for a non-troll response, like it looks correct. And then when I run it and it doesn't work, it's like, well, it looked correct, but it was wrong. But you asked me if it looked correct, then it looks great. All right, so migration up, I think is what we want to run now, since this looks correct. Which means that we can run our script to auto-generate migrations, to auto-generate TypeScript typings based on our Superbase schema, which has been updated thanks to this migration, because we have a column now, a date column, which should mean that in our main file, or in our repo even. Instead of this, we want to order by date. Just want to get the dates. Which means that we want to double check everything we created that. So here, date. 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 Let's say it again. Date. Not here. All right, so it should be correct. These activities should work the same. Here you go. My activities should be coming in the same. Player activities created at some point also look the same. Great. I'm doing all of this because I want to prove that this one I can actually update correctly now. UI logic should be fine with this input. Is there anything else I can do? Let's see, CSS, time, local input icon at the end. Let's try to hide the one it has and then show another one. Too annoying for me. Just do this, mate. Anyway, it looks nice enough. We'll see, because we may be switching to this thing. Which actually does have it to the left. Of all places. I guess if it's using a popover, then we can have the logic be two things, like a time input and the calendar. Yeah, we can do everything we want. This one doesn't look great. Anyway, now if we go to our server action, here we can update the date if we want. Maybe it'd be simpler to say if from data date twice a string. That'd be fine. Can we get this from Supabase, I wonder? So we have this file, right? and we have the activities table, and its row is like this. So can we get this? What else has media? Insert. There you go. So we want access to this. Insert or update or upsert. Yeah, I don't think there's a better way to get this all the way down. Database. Public. Tables. Activities. Update. Great. What does this want? Should we say insert? It says partial, so it could be anything. Right, no one wants to mess with TypeScript that much. So maybe date is just everyone is happy. All right, can I make this yesterday? The answer is yes, done. So now this one, as I created today, it will be further back. Too far back, to be honest. Did it actually work? Let's see. With yesterday's date. Oh, 2 hours ago. This morning. Looks updated. Did it actually do anything? Yes, all right. Here we go. So calendar input, daytime input even works. Is this the point where we commit some stuff? I think so. Not using Prisma here, and I don't want any ads. Should I just install this? Probably. It's the ads that always get me out. So we have a new column to our database. We're not doing the shadcn stuff just yet. On the page refactor. Maybe we should talk a little bit while I'm reading this about how platforms such as Twitter or Threads are conscious about having you edit the thing you've updated. you've uploaded, like your tweet, because maybe you say something cool and goes viral, and then once it goes viral, you get paid to change it into something else. And then everyone has favored a tweet that was like, I love Coca-Cola, which wasn't what it was when people created it. And there are ways to get around this. One of them is to maybe event source your data, have a record of what updates transpired, instead of simply overriding the values as we're doing here. So in an asterisk to actually see that, oh, this was updated from this to this. So, and having your own algorithm be cautious of this, and if something gets updated, then reevaluate whether it should promote it to even more people just yet. Super complex. So for many, many years, these companies, these types of apps just don't allow you to edit things. For our app, it's not a concern of mine. So feature. Allow users to edit their logged activities. So all everything we're doing today in the first 3 hours, 10 minutes. This edit button for your own activities, you can go there, and you also have this calendar input as well. To fine tune the time when this happened. And there is only daytime local, I guess. And the question is, will that add a timestamp? Does the helper proxy actually turns this into the correct time for the user? Not sure. Something to figure out eventually. What we want to do now is see if we can use the cool DatePicker from SvelteKit. It is cool, not sure why I showed the fingers, the quotes. So this is combining the calendar and the popover, and I think that's it. And the other one, it was also forcing it open, interestingly enough. Your date of birth is used to calculate your age. You mean calculate? Finally got your hand a bite. Finally. Right. So I do think this will be its own component. Would it be? Maybe not. Like the activity calendar, I'm trying to think. Like it's spreading so many things here. I guess that's why they're not keen to do it. Thinking about it too much. I do know that we will want this internationalized date package. So let's bring that in. And let's make it its own component. let's copy all of this and see what we can delete. Definitely the schemas. We'll need a calendar icon. So let's do that quickly. Calendar. Which one looks most like this? It has more detail. Broken calendar. This is the cutest one. Nice and chunky. Just like me, for real. Just like my pup. Lib components icons or icons. Yeah, components icons calendar Svelte. Great. One thing in a million things from international date. Things from SvelteKit Superforms, which I don't think we'll need. Nor the toast. Maybe if it's the browser, I don't know. They're doing some stuff with the page and the stores. They're doing some stuff with the class names. They're bringing in the button component. Sure. Lost my cursor for a moment. Bringing in the calendar, popover form. And the data, maybe it's going to be this. This is like Svelte 4.2, which we're not going to use. I'm not going to use the form directly. Or this. Date formatter, maybe. Oh. A wrapper are now in international date format that fixes various browser bugs. Can it default to the actual user's locale? I guess the answer is no. So what's that about? I don't want to default to EN-US. So I've created this. I am specifying in GB. Great Britain. What a guy, this Johnny. I meant to do undefined here, but not. Alright, doesn't matter. Let's use this one. And then we'll refactor later. And this is the deal. This is derived from this, I guess. That's what they're trying to do. And the placeholder is today's date. Fair enough. But let's derive it. From the props, I guess. So let's say let date come from the props, and the type of the props will be a date string. Type this up. And derive this like this. If we have a date, well, I guess we'll always have a date, don't we? Yeah, we'll always have a date. So just immediately parse date. And that's it. These things we won't do, like the various weird things for the form. But I guess the popover stuff is what we actually want. And we won't be using the debug feature. So that's this. Not too crazy. We need attributes. Which come from the form control. Is there a handy way to get them? So I wouldn't want to pass this in. We'll figure it out. Is there anything else? And then it reassigns this. So this one is actually bindable. And it wants to bind the placeholder, I see. So this one is actually state. All right. When do mean value, we've specified this somewhere else. So I'm wondering whether we can find it. Doesn't really matter. So we don't need this, don't need this, don't need this. No buttons at all. Let's give it on the trigger, I guess. Interesting. And I imagine for the popover trigger guy, like anything that has a button here. No button, no button, no button. Guess the calendar won't have it. Oh, will it? No. Even this won't have a button? Does anything have a button? Guess not. Well, so we have this thing. It just takes a date and then it magically works. We need a way. The attributes go to the trigger, which is weird. I guess it was updated like this. Maybe not that weird. And this is the trigger and this is the content. Yeah, maybe it doesn't need a name. All right. In the activity form, kinda claiming that instead of this guy, I can put activity DatePicker, giving it the form data date, binding it. Oh, the date proxy. This guy. This guy? No, it's not the real thing. Oh, we're using the proxy again. Surely there was a way. Proxy date, that was the name. Date proxy was the method. Right. Works brilliantly. Invalid date string. This guy, not valid, they say. Some say this is not a valid ISO date. So do we just want the date? Maybe. What are the formats we can work with here? ISO. Doesn't work any better. Does not get any worse. Wow, it's claiming that this is an invalid ISO data string. Is that true? Not sure. I'd say unlikely. So I'll do like a nice restart just in case. We're gonna get it again. But so this one, not a nice date, you see. We are saying have this format here. Let's check in the console. So if I do pass this to a date object, I imagine it will just work correctly. Great. If I turn this into an ISO string, what do I get back? I get this. So what's the problem? Is it the milliseconds? No. Have I forgotten the format of this? I thought it was correct. Wow. So it's like this. It doesn't have the offset, I guess. So that's the problem. Could be the milliseconds, to be honest. Anyway, we're making it here. And this has to be the problem. With no time components, it says. It explains. Do they have like a parse date time? I do. So it's the thing we needed. It's not. Again, with no time zone, they say. What else do they have? parse zoned datetime. Is that the one we want? Probably. Guess not. Maybe it's a different problem now. Actually. Invalid datetime string. All this thing needs is like this weird date value, this weird library. Weird, but awesome. I'm sure they have the reasons for using this one. Made by Adobe for React. Oh. Parse absolute local? Is that what we want? Anything else on parse? Is it this? Does it always take two parameters? All right. Well, we got somewhere. Oh my god. It's actually worked. Kinda. So we made it to showing the calendar, closing the calendar, not updating the calendar. It's, you know, getting there. Getting there. I imagine we want the filters as well. Get local time zone. What's this supposed to do? This is where you're given it time zones, but I guess it thinks that this is zoned. Zone date time. Because of this. But what are the other like parsing methods that they have? Parse. Ah, parse time. No, it's daytime. This is always returns as on daytime. Does parse absolute will work? Guess not. What else were we looking at? that's the one we want. Convert it to the user's local time. And just set a date, and that's it. Move on with your life. I guess not. Oh no, it's correct. Good. And then this converts the value to a string, but I guess it doesn't actually update it. But why? We have bound this, so it should be updated. It should be updated. Yeah, we'll fix that label, don't you worry. Right. So this only has calendar dates. I guess that's the problem. So when we change this to like date time, it flips out. It flips out. How can I get the parts here to date? I end up with this thing. And then we're using this, but, or what can I do to it? Conversion. To date or timed only. Calendar date. All right. Are we cooking? Let's see. It's a million small methods for you. Okay. But then, I guess that's the problem. Then the date should be this needs a time zone, said before. Huh. What's my problem? That this thing is only the date part, right? Yeah, so it's only the date part. So I only want to replace like the first 10 characters. Is it actually 10? Damn, good guess. Hello, Kristen. How are you doing? Thanks for the nice emoji wave. Oh, you brought us luck, because this now works. Sweet. So we keep the time the same. But we've managed to successfully change the date. And we have like the cool shadcn calendar. And I guess, since this is a popover component, besides the calendar, we would have like yet another one that is like the time part of the date. That's the thing that we could do next. So let's see, we've selected this. Let's say we've actually done this on the 6th. And we've also managed to like not allow people to do things in the future. Fair enough. But still they can do things in the past, but not if they go like past a year, which is good. And if we submit, invalid isolate is what we got. Where? So that was kind of interesting. So we select this, this is updated. I do want to use the errors, field errors, for the calendar. Here, what do we call here? Ah, it has field errors. So we give it the proxy date. It should be updating. What's the problem? Let's bring in the handy super debug thing from Superform. What a name. And super debug data form data. Don't even know anymore. This, but you don't know what, it's not a store. Right, so we have this date object. Great. And do we change it? Yes. Oh, beautiful. But then when we claim that we've updated it, it flips out. So what are we doing around here? And we're returning the form, so it's fine. We don't need to manipulate the form data date, I'm sure. Where is this problem happening? We're getting this success, so it should be fine, but clearly that's not acceptable. Yes, in our database, we would be accepting this. All right. Let's look at local studio. It feels like we're close. So we've added something to our existing activities table. We've added this date field, which is a timestamps. Which because DatePicker. But I guess it doesn't expect a ISO date. I guess it doesn't, does it? What does it expect? No, we've managed to update it before. Normally, so it shouldn't be the problem. It starts like this. We update the date and it becomes this. It knows that this is what we're going to be changing to. Then what we get back is undefined. So that's a problem. There's your problem. But why does that happen? And the form is not resetting. Undefined and defined, it says. Interesting. Is this the classic case where I've forgotten to give things a name? But I didn't, because this date object, it gets, it does get set. The moment I play with this, I can. It does get updated. So, what's that about? What's that about? I guess that gets updated, but if the input is not in there, it's not gonna get sent. So it has to be my classic problem, where I didn't give a thing a name. Date. Nope. What's the actual input? What are you doing, shadcn? Hidden input. A hidden input. Hidden input, like a coward. Clearly, I'm losing my mind. Almost 4 hours in today. Didn't expect it to go for that long. Yeah, so you can have like the activity date picker to like whatever you want here, but still have the hidden input here, even here. Would it be the proxy date? Be the proxy date, right? Is that what we did before? Probably. And the name. Name is this. And then we send this and it just works. Yeah. All right. All right. So there are more attributes we may want to pass to the activity date picker. Does this work? Yeah. So for example, we click this and it still doesn't open it, even though we click the label. Does it just need an ID? The trigger, I guess if it gets the ID, then it's gonna be fine. Do we expect an ID here? Yes. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Yeah, get him. Don't need the name, I claim. Maybe we'll use it. So ID string, get it out, get it in. And now it will work when I click the label. Great. And this, it's not as full as the other ones. So what's that about? Does this need a class? Not really full. Not a real thing. So this is inside something. There's a button here. That's my chagrin. Yeah, but that's fine. Is it trigger? Oh, what's this? There you go. We'll execute this form. Okay, we don't need the super debug anymore. So this works, the activity gets updated. It doesn't remember to undo if I press escape, which I guess is fair enough. Clicking the label opens this thing. Great. Interesting. Since it's shadcn, we own the components, so we can mess with them as we please. Great. The other thing is that maybe we want this component to be the calendar, but also be the date. Create like a date with calendar, date, a calendar with date and time. That's functionality we've lost. But I think this is going to be it for today. So let me know what you think. I definitely don't want to write my own. Whoa, what happened there? I definitely don't want to write my own calendar component that has like all these things. The headers are the months, and when is the next month, when is the previous one, to like this. This is like an engineering exercise that you could do for fun, but you can do more fun things for fun. Oh, classic. Classic shadcn making things hard to click. So this is good. It just means that we need to, if we do want to allow the user to also set the time, we will need to specify in our calendar component, maybe have an alternate version of this, to have it be daytime, have like a drop down of all the possible times. Did this actually change something? It feels like no. It's definitely changed something. But this one on the cell, nothing visible, interestingly enough. Oh well. This one in particular, we can convert to Svelte 5, it looks like. Let's do it. It's for the fun of it to finish the stream. Yeah, because it just passes in some props and date, so you don't actually need anything. So maybe let's look at our label component. Just to show how it's done. Instead of doing all of this, forget this ever happened. Type the props, regular ones. They are the props from the calendar primitive, Svelte props, but also Svelte 5 snippet. Then you can just extract the class property out, alias it to class name because class reserved keyword, get the children out, the snippet, and everything else is rest props, which you can just spread like this along with date. And then instead of rendering a slot, not a thing with Svelte 5, you render children this snippet, and then it works the same. Yeah, so that component does exist. Great. Cool. So it seems like something is passing it, the text. Like if I do text LG, what happens? Yeah, nothing happens. So it must be something. Something fishy is going on here. Calendar cell. Who is using this? The whole calendar cell. So it's using it as cell. This one. Passing in this and then children. Yeah, not sure what is changing the font size. Oh well. All right, let's run our end-to-end tests and see, can we actually release this to production? Expected errors because I have a test that tests for error cases. Perfect. Perfect, I see. Anything else? Maybe check for errand console logs. Let me know in the chat if there's anything else you'd like to see today, because I think we'll be calling it a day. Yeah, that one looked easy, so I did it to call myself. Again, let's recapture this. No toast. Still works. This still works. Great. Cool. This is Playwright doing some things. Adding some emojis, quite fun. Cool. I'll convert more offline. Oh, the most satisfying thing would be these events, which instead of doing this, you can spread the event handlers like props and move on with your life. Really satisfying. Really satisfying. Cool. So, brought in this library that I'm sure there is a reason. I'm sure it's making some things easier. Not 100% sure. We've brought the specific. You don't get the rest props. It happens. I've seen this popularized with React a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So it's essentially saying that this component or any components can have an unlimited amount of props. But if you're using TypeScript, you can also specify that I'm expecting that this SVG component is expecting anything that an SVG may get, which includes things like fill, stroke, width, etc. Anything you destructure, then you can use elsewhere. So maybe you take out the width because you want to calculate the height based on it or something like that. But anything you don't use gets put inside with the ... something else. So you can name this whatever. It doesn't actually matter what you name it. It's like naming a variable. Try to name it something that makes sense, but it's not magic. You can name it anything. Working with React, REST props became to be the standard because a component takes props and you use some of them, and then the rest of them, the REST props, the rest of them are inside this object. And when you spread them, they just get automatically applied here, but not the ones you've destructured. So watch out for that. If you did want to do something with fill, you need to specify it yet again. But in the case of the SVDs, I want to do nothing. So I just take them all and respread them here. And that's it, which is something you couldn't do in Svelte 4 and below. You need to be explicit with these are the props that I'm getting, and this is how I am spreading them out. There was the less known way of declaring, of using the $$ props, res props object, which only people who write libraries knew about. But you're like, how does this get populated? What's happening? It was too magic. Now it's more explicit, and it's how you see in other languages, frameworks like React. And the other thing where you say that you used to define the types with an interface, it's the same thing, type an interface. By reasonable measures, I would say that it's interchangeable. So just for consistency, I always do type props, but if you were to do interface props, the syntax is a bit different. But it achieves the same thing. Unlike other languages where types and interfaces are very, very different, in TypeScript, they're essentially used the same way, and it doesn't really matter. Yeah, and something recent in earlier versions of Svelte 5, you were passing this to type the generic of the props kind of method. But now you just specify it right after you declare the reference, which is what you may see in most cases. Like this is more vanilla TypeScript than the other method, which forces you to kind of look at generics and kind of be scared, because this is like weird syntax. Arrays and parentheses, like lots of people that aren't that familiar with TypeScript are like, what is this? And even if you like hover over and you command into and whatever, you'd be seeing this t equals something. Just too weird for me. So I like these things. Cool. Super debug. Then leave it again. No. Unused. Let's do a quick lint just to see if I left anything in. Like a million things. Did I actually fix them now? Ah, interesting. Some of them from a different method. Right, just for my sake, let's do them now. So this one, what is it claiming? That events defined but never used? I guess so. Not exported, not used. Maybe this does something magic. I think so. Maybe not. So Mike's also saying the load type is confusing in all Svelte 4. If you have data in the layout and also have data in children, when you export let data, you can't see that it gets mixed with Svelte 5 prop. It maps all the returns in the load method. Yes, it's indeed very handy. So one of the things that I like in SvelteKit is that it does type things for you without you having to do something extra. And the way it's able to figure out what data this page has access to seems to be better now. So what this page has access to is the things that the layout method returns, the server layout method, and its sibling page of server.ts load method. So now I've had this experience as well. I have found that Svelte 4 sometimes gets confused in what gets loaded or not, but Svelte 5 seems to be getting it right every time. So yay. Right. So this one, calendar grid head, claims that this get props, and it actually has the rest props here. So I imagine that this must be doing something. Like the magic type in here, surely it does something, but maybe it just doesn't matter because you're not using anything else from the rest props. Anyway, let's convert this to, since we're here. Let's do the render children. And let's do the snippet stuff. And this one will actually be this. 5, bring it up, and spread the props. Not there's props. There you go, Svelte 5. Doing it a couple times. Calendar header. You don't get that new render. So instead of snippets, now instead of slots, now we render snippets. And because you need to call this, I guess, in order to use it with the render. Since you're familiar with React, I guess this would kind of be similar to having to extract a component and then like alias it to something uppercased in order for you to then be able to do this. like in JSX. But there is no JSX here. There are things that look more like JavaScript. So this gets passed in the children. This component gets passed in the children, and it needs to call it as a method here, and sometimes pass it data as well. I think data is an array or something. Anyway, that's by the by. The thing is, it gets given the children, and then it needs to call the children in its render method. So that's why it's done like that. It needs to actually use this. It needs to call this. But why they made it work like this, not sure. It's something worth getting used to. Again, this replaces this. I imagine it has to do something with this is closer to like JavaScript. Better minds than I know the reason for this change, for sure. Cool, so more complaints with this. And we did the calendar grid head. What else do we need? Calendar heading. So this one, which is doing weird things with the slot, I think I kind of know how to pass it, but I'm not gonna touch this, unfortunately. And it's claiming, I guess, that it's defined but never used because it's not having access to REST props, I guess. But I'm not gonna touch it. Calendar next button and pref button, they have these events. They have the slots. They're claiming that these aren't used, but I bet they must be doing something for TypeScript. So I am gonna leave them for now. What I'm not gonna leave is the activity form. Maybe I will look into constraints later. And I'm not rendering out the errors anywhere, so I don't need those. And in the edit page, we're not redirecting, is what we're saying. So these things, no actions in this page. Is it okay to do functional way or idiomatic way than using object-oriented programming? Like spamming class everywhere. Either just using functions doesn't make you a functional programmer, that's for sure. If you're using TypeScript, there are places where you can use both interfaces and classes. So for the repos, I use them. It used to be that using classes in JavaScript was a code smell because classes were implemented quite badly and not like you'd expect coming in from other languages like Java. Then React had the class components, so everyone would use them for that. And then the functional components, which became more trendy. Now with TypeScript, I do like how we've ended up with classes. If you're using interfaces, if you're using something like the repos dependency injection method that I'm using here, it's nice. I don't think there are many other places where you'd use classes until now. Svelte 5, which has its way for instead of stores, now you have classes and getters and setters and all of that. So it depends. I wouldn't do one or the other. Like for specific things, I would use classes like the Svelte 5. And the thing with classes in JavaScript is I wouldn't use them with inheritance because they are so different to other classes. So in PHP, in Java, use classes, extend other classes, that sort of thing. I wouldn't do that in JavaScript because they behave differently than you'd expect. It was popular in React because class components worked by extending the component class. You had to do it. The way they're going to be brought in maybe now with Svelte 5, you'll still not be extending classes. So I would advise against this just because JavaScript has done classes not in a great way, especially when it comes to inheritance. This is where the gotchas come from. So watch out for that. Right, so did we get the most actual lint errors? Yeah, the only ones are for the UI. Solve this at another point. So just commit everything and zip it. Style change, I guess. My dog. She came here with a ball because he's the best girl in the world. All right, I'm shipping this to production and we'll play around. But first, Same, my beautiful girl, you want to say hi? I'm here. Oh, come here, my dog. Oh, come here. Oh. Sometimes she doesn't like hugs, so she goes to the floor, so I'm unable to cut her. My dog. No. Did you have a good time? So we'll cast this in the air and it's going to be awesome, but it's going to be off camera. But at least it's going to pass some time till the deployment goes. Ready? Bravo! She was awesome. Catches it every time. Cool. So, culture stock. How green are we? Super green. Still deploying. Hello from Mike Summer. How are you? Did you have a nice walk? Yeah? She looked up, which is always a good sign. Sign of acknowledgement. Deployed. What was it actually? All right. Oh, Kirill had a few activities. Thank you for passing by in the beginning of the stream. And I did some. I want to try Cyberpunk because I haven't had yet so many games to play though. Let's say that we watched Eurovision. We can see the edit button has appeared, which is good. Let's go to the full screen mode. Let's say we watch Eurovision and any comments? Not really. All right, new activity posted. Just here we had the little toasty just where my face is. And you can see it appeared here. We can press the edit button and then we go here to this very condensed, cute activity form. Maybe that should be a bit different actually. Why is that the case? Page, edit, activity, this one. Oh, we'll deploy this fix too. Activity form, so let's zip it. Right, so even if it's like quite cozy, it should be fine. And let's say that we watched it on Saturday, right? The 11th. Activity updated, indeed, we can see it here. And in the stream, it's fallen back here. Cool. So achieved. Something for the future would be to actually have an hour select too. Let me know if that's what you want to see next. I'm also thinking about vote functionality. So instead of doing the comments and all of that, we can have a simpler UI where it's just thumbs up, thumbs down, like maybe this, something like that. 3 things. You select a thing and you vote whether you like it or not according to the emojis. Your emoji reactions really. And you can see that way percentages of how many people loved it or not, kind of like Rotten Tomatoes, Open Critics, but with your friends. The feed is not real time. You submit anything. We could fake real time, but also that's another feature for the future, making the feed real time or fake real time by checking for data on an interval, which I guess is real time enough. I've left this for the future. And thanks for submitting. My favorite anime, because I'm from a different generation, even though of course I do know of Bleach, is another battle manga. It's Dragon Ball. What a time. But it has made a resurgence for a little while. Some of the things in Super were interesting, and of course Akira Toriyama has done fondly by many people. Yeah, so how do you make this real time? One of the things with Superbase is that they do have the real time subscriptions to your database. Really cool feature. We may do that, but we could do a thing even with Superbase as you can do with any database, which is have an interval to just refetch the data every minute. And that could be good enough. It results to more queries for you, but the user won't know the difference if you're casting things correctly. So should be fine. Let me know if you actually want to check it out. If you want to do that in the future. We have the voting feature that we can also do in the future. We have many things. Another one, keeping in with forms, would be to have an autocomplete here. So we actually hit the Twitch API or the IMDb movie database or something like that. And it suggests what the name you're trying, the name of the thing you're trying to add there. It suggests the activity you're trying to add. Like if it's IMDb, it would be auto-completing shows. If it's a video game, it would be auto-completing video games. This would be a cool component to do, I think. But as always, let me know in the Discord, let me know in the comments what you'd like to see. The one shadcn component that could do this is the command palette here, where you could be searching and you could be showing it. Yes. And yeah, the way the form works, it does invalidate all after a send, and you could be doing this on an interval of a minute or every time the user refocus, or have a button to refresh, like pull down to refresh. You could be doing that to also fake real time. I think Twitter and the threads do that as well. They don't keep popping in things on your feed. They give you a chance to read it. And if you want to see more, or the latest ones, you drag down and you do the refresh. You pull to the refresh. So if it's good enough for them, maybe it's good enough for us and we don't have to do real time. People do get annoyed when they're reading something and then something pops in. Cool. So many things here. The last messages I didn't mention. We do have the toasts popping up. Neat. Whenever we update something, we do have a toast popping up. Can Superbase detect is typing using the real-time database? Yes, but that's something I would do with WebSockets. And I won't persist in a database that someone is typing currently and have you subscribe to that. That's an interesting way. How would you do it with Supabase? I'd probably just set up a different WebSocket connection and not have this be user related. But I think they actually have an example of exactly this. Just to finish on the Flash messages. So we have these those that do show up whenever you stay in the same page and you've performed an action. But what if you want this to happen when the user comes back to your website or after they've been redirected a few times, like after the social login flow, for example? Then you can't use a message like that. And Superforms has a helper library called Flash Messages, sibling library, SvelteKit Flash Message, which is super handy. And I was thinking we can refactor that one in the future. Invalidate all invalidates everything. Invalidate, you specify these specific resources I want to invalidate. So for example, if you don't want to, I guess in our app, like we don't have that many things. We have the activities, like in this page, we only have like one type of thing. So we don't have that many. If we had a list of games, for example, to the left, every time I submit something, I wouldn't want to invalidate the list of games, for example. Invalidate all would be making everything reload, but invalidate specifically this route. I need a better example for this. Invalidate is for only validating a single route, for sure. It's useful for layouts. So I'm imagining that you are deeper in an app, which we don't have right now, which has all the team members on the left, like Discord, and specific channel messages in the middle. The layout is has fetched all the server channels, maybe all the users, all of that, like all the server channels on the left, all the users on the right, and then all the messages for this server in the middle. When you submit the message, you only want to invalidate the messages because you're fetching more of them, you're seeing more of them, but not invalidate all and refetch all the server channels and all the users and all of that. So that's a case where you would only invalidate the thing you care about the specific route, which call invalidate versus invalidate all would work. But invalidate all is like a quick way to get things started with no like real performance worries when you're starting out. But eventually you can optimize by just saying, right, this is the only thing I want to refetch, essentially. Cool. Anything else? Flash messages. After you go to the login flow, there is a way to make those messages pop. We can refactor to that one as well. Daytime at the time picker. I don't know if that will be interesting. The voting and rating of activities is the one that I think is most interesting, but we'll see. Let me know. Let me know what looks most interesting. Did we get the wide ones? All right, here you go. Wide forms deployed as well. Everything deployed, everything live. Knock yourselves out, try it out, culturestock.com. And of course, say hi on the Discord, check out the code. You can get access to this if you are subscribed for JOHNNIFY Premium. That's gonna be it for today. Thanks a bunch to everyone for watching. Special thanks to the chat. Special thanks to you, Mike, because I think on this one you've been like 99% here from the start to the finish. But in particular, thanks to anyone who even says hi in the chat. They do make these sessions feel shorter and make me more invigorated to do more and keep going. We made it 4 hours and a half today. Took us a while, like the edit stuff and Superform generics took us a while. And only eventually we made it to the proxies and then to the calendar inputs. Could be fun. It was a fun stream. your data is so huge, 7 million rows. That's a lot. You don't want to refetch all of that. That's for sure. But that's like, anyway, like, do you really need to fetch 7 million rows every time? Probably not. Must be a limit there. But pagination. Pagination would be a cool thing to show. Infinite loading maybe is more appropriate for this sort of app, where at some point many users are going to be adding their activities here. You don't want to be fetching a million rows because that's bad for both for your wallet. You'll be exhausting your free limits and paying more sooner or later, but also for the users. They shouldn't render a million rows when they're only going to see 20. So infinite loading, pagination in the UI, that's also a thing that will be hidden in the future. But let me know in the Discord. The priority of the things that I saw are exactly what I saw. Is always affected by what you think would be neat to see. All right. Thanks again for watching. Hope you have an amazing rest of the week. Take care and bye-bye.